Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? It's been a day again for me, but I'm doing all right. Let me know what you're working on in the chat. I am currently going to be drafting for Project Daydream, obviously, again. And um, if you can see in the background my camera, I am actually recording a vlog, but it's not on right now. We'll say hi later, I think, probably. But let me know how you're doing and what you're working on. And for some reason, I'm having all sorts of technical difficulties also, which is super fun. But we will work with it. Hi, Paul. How are you? What are you working on today? Let me figure out what's going on with my screens here. I've got dual monitors now, and for some reason, I disconnected earlier because I don't work at my desk. I try to keep my desk for writing only, and so I unplug my computer when I start work, and then for some reason now my dual monitor doesn't want to connect, which is super frustrating, and I'm having all sorts of technical issues. It's okay. We'll just work on the one screen today, I guess. Hi, Kingston. Popped in to say hi. Hello. Reading your notes. Okay. I'm not sure if you're still in here, but if you are, let us know if you're going to be writing today or what notes you're talking about. Paul is doing good, working on a novel called Project Blade and also recording stuff for the channel. Awesome. Very, very cool. Tell me about Project Blade. I am not sure if I'm like caught up on the details. Talking about biology and meteorology. Okay. Very, very cool. All right. Is everybody ready to start a sprint? Because I'm ready. I'd love to just jump right in and get started. So, a cyberpunk samurai story outlined in my last video, so it's good. Very, very cool. I love the cyberpunk like vibes. But my story also has some cyberpunk elements in it as well, I think. I think that's just how it is with futuristic stories, isn't it? All right. Everybody ready to sprint? How do we feel about 25 minutes? I'm going to go ahead and get the timer started. So I guess in 3, 2, 1, we'll start writing. Okay, guys, how did everybody do? I see we have some new people. Araya popped in. I'm not sure if she's still here. And Ari came to say hi. Hello, new friends. And of course, Hannah came by as well. Hi, JK. What are you working on today? Hi, Tiara. I hope I'm saying that correctly. How's it going? Tiara's working on turning a short story into a novella. Very cool. Tell us about this project. I'm interested in hearing more. Paul got 469 words done with the first scene. Very, very cool. Oh, that's great, Araya. Thank you for being here. How did you do on that sprint? I got 317 words, so not too bad. Not too bad. I am realizing more and more that my book is, the more I write it, the more it feels like a Wattpad novel that I'm gonna have to like seriously edit and revise to get it to sound anything close to being query ready, obviously. First draft. I have to remind myself of that every single time I write. It's just the first draft. It's just the first draft. Um, and Paul, you said that you are working on, you just outlined the story. So this is the first draft. Um, and from your name, it says you're already an author. Do you publish, self publish, or are you traditionally published? What's the deal there? Yep. Is that self published? Curious. I'm gonna be hopefully. I don't know if I'm gonna query this project or not. Um, but I do want to be traditionally published at some point. Tiara says, "Oh my god, okay. So it's about a woman who gets dragged by her husband to his awful middle of nowhere hometown. So she starts having an affair with the town preacher. There's also dust storms. Okay, it's a whole thing. That's the short version of it. Okay, wow." That sounds like a really dramatic story. Is this like, I mean, is like a romance book, or what are the genres? Paul just started fiction this year, but working on my MFA currently. Okay. Very, very cool. Araya is at work, so just here for the vibes. Okay, very cool, very cool. Um, I'm all about the vibes, you guys. I love a good vibe. Be here for the vibe. Um, any questions, or do we want to like share last lines, or what's the deal? We can do last lines if you want. Anybody want to do last lines? I'll share mine. Mine was no context. He cried out. He couldn't help it. Paul's last line is, "It's not activated by touch." Shun said, "You will have you will have to will it to be opened." Ooh, interesting. What is he being, what does he have to like will opened is my question. Araya asks, "Where is your favorite place to write?" Um, that's a great question. I like writing at my desk. I also like writing in coffee shops. I have to say that I got back into writing at coffee shops. And so that always like holds a special place in my heart, I guess I could say. Um, but I do sometimes find them really distracting. Like I can't focus unless I've got my headphones in. I actually had that problem 2 days ago. I went to a coffee shop to write and I literally only wrote like 200 words because I couldn't stop like accidentally eavesdropping on people's conversations. I just like could not filter out the noise when I was trying to focus. So I love writing at coffee shops, but it's when it's quiet kind of thing. Otherwise, here at my desk. Paul says a data port. Okay, very cool. I have similar technology in my story that I'm writing right now. They have like mental screens, so instead of like computers or cell phones, they've got chips in there that are like implanted and and they're integrated into their brain somehow. I haven't finished the world building it, guys. But basically they can just like think about something that they want to search or someone they want to contact or an article that they want to look up, and it just appears on like it's invisible to everybody else but only visible to them in front of their face. So I love that. That's pretty cool. Araya writes at her desk 98% of the time, but I love when I get a chance to write outside. Yes, writing outside is also really nice. That's one thing I will say. When I go to coffee shops, I usually like to write outside if they have like an outdoor seating area. Um, but it has been so hot. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this heat wave, but it's been like almost 90 degrees, 95 degrees every day and like 95% humidity. So I just have not been up to that. Tiara says, okay, my last line. Freya wondered, was she going to hell if she ogled the Reverend? If anything, it hadn't been her first infraction. Ooh, okay. So we've got a repeat offender in the house. Okay. Very cool. Paul says, I made my gaming setup also a writing station. Yeah. This desk that I have was originally meant because I'm also a college student. I work full time. I'm a college student. I only do part time school during like the fall and the spring though. So this desk that I have was originally supposed to be for college and for work, but I find that when I work at my desk and when I do schoolwork at my desk, then when I try to write here, I can't be as creative and I don't really want to sit here all day. So now it's strictly for writing and like creative things like editing videos and writing and stuff. But gaming and writing, I feel like that would be a totally different thing. TR says, I really, really like going to the library and writing. Yeah, the library, that's a good place too. It's just like cool being surrounded by all of the books and everything. It's sort of inspiring. So I get that. Paul says it's always hot in the summer in Vegas for me. It's like 100, but it's dry. Yeah, see, I would prefer that. I can tolerate high temperatures, but the humidity is what gets you. It's so hot. Like I used to live not many people know this, but I used to live in Australia and they get real I mean it gets so hot in Australia. Probably pretty similar to Vegas weather. And then there's the ocean there. So they've always got the cool breeze coming in off the ocean and it's hot, but it's not like overbearing because it's not really that humid. And I loved it. I was sitting outside all day long, even when it was like 110 degrees outside. The humidity is painful, Paul. It is painful. It's oppressive, is what I like to say. Um, it's been anywhere from 70 to 90 here, depending on the day. So not horrible, but not cold. Yeah. I would much prefer 70 with the humidity because it makes it more tolerable when the temperature is lower. But when it gets hot and humid, that's when it starts to suck. And my poor dog, like I haven't been able to give him very long walks because he just can't handle it. He can't tolerate it with his double coat. So we've been going in the mornings and late evenings, but I can't give him like a super long walk during that time. So he's suffering right now. He likes to pout by sitting by the door and making me feel guilty with his puppy eyes. What genre is your whip? You've probably mentioned it before. I just have a bad brain. That's totally okay. Yeah, I'm the first to admit that am always forgetting details. I am really crap at remembering people's names and like the details of what they've told me. It's not that I'm not listening and not interested. It's hard. I can't retain it. But to answer your question, I'm currently writing a sci-fi fantasy book. It's got like, well, it's not fantasy. I don't know why I said that. It's sci-fi dystopian. Where is my mind going today? It's sci-fi dystopian novel, futuristic, enemies to lovers situation. Um, and yeah, it's got a lot of elements about like dreams and like government control and repression. So there's that. Oh, your birthday's tomorrow, JK. Happy early birthday. Are you doing anything fun? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually, for some reason, my books always have some sort of element surrounding sleep and dreams. I just find it really fascinating. So I tend to incorporate it into a lot of my stories, mostly short stories and stuff. But this one, I was like, this is a good idea for a full length novel. Araya says, I love that you have a husky too. Mine doesn't have a super thick coat, so she doesn't mind the heat as bad. She just likes being outside. Yeah, mine loves being outside too. Um, and you are super lucky that yours doesn't have a super thick coat because mine, he suffers. He suffers really bad. And I actually found out the other day that he's actually not a full bred husky. He's a Malamute husky mix, which explains why he is 100 pounds and why he is a stick figure when wet, but looks like a giant. He looks almost like a Pomeranian, like a shaved down Pomeranian when he's dry because he's so fluffy. But yeah, he's just like he's really big, bigger than what he probably seems on video. Everybody's wishing JK a happy early birthday. All right. Well, I am ready for another sprint. How does everybody else feel? I'm thinking we would probably do a little bit of a longer sprint this time. How does everybody feel about 30 minutes? Or we could do like 35, 45. What's everybody thinking? All right, we got some people ready for sprints. Do you guys have a preference on how long we go for? 30 seems good. Cool with 30. Awesome. All right. Well, let's do 30 minutes then. All right, I've got 30 minutes on the clock. Araya says, mine is only 40 pounds. I couldn't imagine any more sass in a bigger potty. Yeah. Mine's not, Roscoe's really not that sassy. He listens to me most of the time. He likes to ignore me a lot. Like he doesn't, he's like really standoffish. That's the biggest sass that he's got. Or like if I haven't taken him outside or fed him on his schedule, then he gets really upset with me. But yeah, he's usually pretty chill. I think that's probably more the Malamute traits that he's got. So okay. All right, if everybody is ready, let's do a sprint in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Apple cannoli. That scared me. All right. Sorry about the camera. How did everybody do? I don't know how I did. Let me see. I actually stopped mid-sentence. I so far have 820 words. I wrote 503 words during that sprint. How did everybody else do? Paul is at 1,009 words, so kept the 1,000 words per hour pace. That is fantastic. That is awesome. Congratulations. CK is planning the workshop that they're talking about in the Discord, made sample logos. Okay, very cool. Can't wait to see what that looks like. Yeah, I'd love to join that workshop, but I have way too much going on right now. I think I need to let things settle down, simmer a little bit. Araya can't wait to see how it turns out. I'm sure it's going to be super helpful. I did read a little bit about what you're trying to do, and I think it's going to be really, really helpful for people. Yeah, that's just right around the time I start school back up again. So I think I'm going to have even more on my plate than I do now. I think I'll probably sit out on this one. Hopefully, do you guys think you're going to do more than one round of workshop? Because if you are, I might join at a later time. Yeah. To be fair, I only have one class, but with YouTube and writing and full-time job and my dog and everything else, yeah, can't. Yes, that's the dream. Okay. Well, if it turns into um like a multiple round sort of situation, then I'll definitely have to come in probably maybe second round or third round depending on what's going on at the time. Oh, that's so nice, Paul. So nice. Um okay, do you guys want to hear my last line? Let me know. There is a swear in my last line. So, hi Nicole. I just got here, but I'm working on my dark academia fantasy novel about survival and power. That is awesome. Welcome, welcome. Okay. It's a dialogue line. Mine is if the world is really in that bad of shape, why not just kill us quickly and get it fucking over with? So Paul's last line is he only saw data sets and static. Ooh, okay. Anybody else want to share last lines? Love. My last line, Paul's last line, probably both, right? Both. Yeah, so I'm actually writing the climax and um my main character is like his hand is broken, he's been shot, like I'm just doing all of the bad things, right? He's currently being tortured, sort of, but not really. Like the bad guy, the antagonist, has his boot pressed in his hand, and this guy's like super big, and it's like he's like broken all of the bones in his hand, and he just keeps like pressing harder, and so Kai is like trying to distract him to get him to shift his weight so he can like push him off and throw him into a fire or something. That's what's happening. And he's just yeah, there's some things happening in the scene. But after I finish the scene, I can finally start working on resolution, and I only have like 14,000 words left to write, which seems like a lot now that I'm thinking about it, but it's really not that bad. I could probably do that before the end of the week if I wanted to, right? Anybody else want to share last lines? I know, Araya, you're at work, so you're not, I don't think you're working on your project right now. Is if Nicole's still here, if you want to share your last line. Or any questions or anything before we jump into the next sprint? You know what really grinds my gears, you guys? When you have a cold glass of water and there's like all the condensation on the glass and it just like makes a puddle on your desk. It bothers me. Nicole's last line is, I keep wondering if we're broken the same way or if I'm the only one who never learned how to fit. That is such a good last line. I love that so much. That has like something about it that I just love. Snaps for you. Um yeah, any questions or anything before we jump in, or are we feeling a sprint? How do we feel? Oh, do you guys want to say hi to the vlog maybe? Say hi. Okay. I think we did have a question. Um, Araya says, any fun challenges you're planning, like a 10-day weekend, write-a-thon, 75 hard? I definitely will not be doing 75 hard, you guys. Like, just absolutely not. Um, I've thought about doing it before, but I just don't think that I have the, like, it might teach me how to be consistent because that is like a theme in my life. I struggle really hard with consistency. So maybe, but probably not. Probably won't be doing 75 hard. Um 10K day or weekend maybe in the future. I don't really have any big plans for any challenges though. I've thought about doing another write like some author, but I'm not exactly sure who, and it's really hard to find author routines online. Maybe I'll do like an author tube swap, like author tubers swap routines video or something. I think that would be fun if I can find somebody who wants to do it with me. But I think that would be really fun. Let's see. Paul says, I might try the 10K day weekend for a video, but I'm trying to figure out how to present it. Yeah, the writing challenges are fun, but I like for me personally, like I'm trying to find a balance between being productive and being happy. Like it's like sometimes when I do these like challenges with like insane word counts, like last year I did a 30K in 3 days challenge and I totally failed. I think my word count at the end was like 9,000 words or something. And I didn't even do the last day because I was just so brain dead by the end of those first 2 days that I was just like, no, absolutely not, cannot finish this. Um, but they wear me out and they burn me out really fast. So I'm trying to find like a balance where I'm writing consistently and not focusing too much on the word counts. Um, you want to swap CK, DM me on Instagram and we can talk about that for sure. I hope you like getting up early. Yeah, yeah, I think it would be fun. It would be. The challenges are what make writing fun for me. Otherwise, I sit and procrastinate at my desk. Yeah, that's totally fair too. Like I was the same way. I used to love doing the like NaNoWriMo and stuff before the whole scandal, and obviously now it's shut down. And I always try to set myself a goal or a challenge or whatever, but it's hard to make that when you're like me. I was literally just talking about this with someone the other day, but like I struggle to not hold my worth like to my goal. Like if I don't hit my goal, then I feel so bad. And I just think it's just not a healthy place for me to be, if that makes sense. All right, Paul's gonna go for a little bit. Have fun, everybody. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Awesome. We will talk about this. We'll talk about it later, I think. Yeah. But I'm ready for another sprint. How does everybody feel? Do we want to do another one? 30 minutes, 25, we could do 45. I'm here. I've got time today. Yes, we could do a tour. Yeah, that would be fun. We could do like I could do I could do maybe like I don't know, like two or three routines with different author tubers. So yeah, just DM me on Instagram and we can make it work. We could totally do a three-way swap. We could totally do a three-way swap. I think that would be so fun. We could like maybe do like one of the spinny like a spinny wheel or something to see who we get if you're up for it. Okay. Let's do another sprint, you guys. Do you guys want to do I know Nicole's up for anything, but do you guys want to do like 30 minutes? Does that sound good? That would be so fun. Plus to see all the different ways. Yes. Yes, it would be so fun. I'm excited for this. Let's do it for sure. I did get your DM. Bestie, let's swap routines. Yes, let's do it. And we'll get Ray on there too, and we'll do like a little wheel spin to see who gets whose routine. I think that would be so fun. All right, let's go ahead and sprint. Um, let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everybody. Oh my goodness. How did everybody do? Let me know in the chat. I wrote, made some quick calculations. Let's see. 348 words, but I did wrap up. The climax is finished now. Well, it's like mostly finished. I finally, the antagonist is dead. That's the main part. The antagonist is dead. So that was fun. That was super, super fun to write, actually. Really violent, but fun. CK got so much workshop stuff done. That's awesome. Congratulations. I saw Sierra popped in. Hello. So happy to have you here. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, hello. I'm glad that you are here. Yeah, that was a really intense scene to write, and like I could see the problems in literally everything, but I'm pretty happy with the outcome so far. Let me know if you want last lines. Nicole wrote 180 words but got distracted planning her next video. That is so okay. Planning a video is work. It's being productive, so you did a good job, I would say. Anybody want to share last lines or have any questions? Araya asks, you're writing a standalone, right? I am writing a standalone, but I'm leaving it open for like a sequel or for like more books. Yeah, I was literally just thinking about this actually, like as the sprint was wrapping up. Like this could actually be a multiple book series depending on how I finish it off. But I don't know. We'll see. Any other questions? Anybody want to share last lines? I'll share my last line. It's a little gross, but Rand is the name of my antagonist. Rand shrieked as the flames licked at his body. That was my last line, and that was the last line of chapter 34. And I started the document for chapter 35. So I'm approaching, they've just got to wrap a couple of things up where they're at because they were kind of interrupted doing something, and then they're going to leave, and I don't even know what they're going to do after that, but they're going to leave and do something else. So I'm excited to write and finish that. The eyes. Yeah, my antagonist died by fire. Which I think is probably like the most awful way to die personally. We don't have to talk about that. That it's just, yeah, thinking about it makes me squeamish. Nicole, do you want to share your last line? Or CK's, you're working on workshop stuff. Sierra, are you still here? If you are, share your last line. Nicole's last line was, I sat there like that until the wind howled through the stone and reminded me exactly where I was. The school didn't care about soft things. It chewed them up and spat them back out. I love that so much. That's great. I could share my last line in the summary message I'm writing. Sure, why not? Also, if anyone's got any questions, that would be awesome too. You're almost guaranteed a spot. It's super easy. Just a bit about your stuff, about you stuff, and then feedback sample. I'll try to get back to y'all ASAP. Link below. Fantastic, CK. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. Well, it's been 2 hours. We've been on the stream for 2 hours. We can either do more sprints or we can go. I'm totally fine with doing more. People in Evelyn's stream wanted a message to summarize the last 3 hours of chat. That's kind of awesome. Love that. Do we want to keep writing or should we call it a night? I'm going to keep writing regardless. So if you guys want to do some more, let's do some more. Oh, in the Discord? Yeah, I was like on there trying to express my apologies for not being able to join, and everybody was like, we can keep writing and I'll go to Evelyn's stream if you're tired. I'm not tired. I could go all day, honestly. I'm feeling good. So if you guys want to stick around for some more, we could. I think Evelyn's stream is probably gonna wrap up soon too. So, well, I don't know if it is. I don't know. But honestly, you're an icon. I know you're not talking about me. Nicole, I can write more if I don't get distracted. You can do this, Nicole. You can do this. I know just I am a highly distractible person. I get this 100%. Being distracted is like one of the reasons why I literally never get anything done. But you can do this. Just laser in on the words. Do whatever you have to do. Put your phone away if you've got to. You can do this. I promise. Yeah. I don't know how long her streams usually last, but I think the last time I was on her stream it was like an hour or 2 hours or something like that. But I'm good to go. We can literally do this for like at least another hour. I'm here, so oh, you are not CK. You are not talking about me being an icon. That is hilarious. Love that though. All right, well, I mean, if y'all are like ready for another sprint, like I'm totally down. I'm totally down. Oh CK, stop it. I appreciate that. I don't feel like an icon, and I'm not exactly sure where this thought is coming from, but I really appreciate it. I'm gonna take it as a compliment, and I'm terrible at taking compliments, but I will take that and say thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Um, yes, yes, you are also icon CK. Actually, no, all y'all in the stream, all y'all are icons. Every single one of you. Yes. Array is so sweet. I love it when she pops in on the comments and like in the chat. I love it. All right, how do we feel about doing I could go for like a short sprint or a long sprint. I'm like either one. Should we use like a random number generator to pick our time? I feel like that would be fun. We'll do from 15 minutes being the lowest, 45 being the highest. How does that sound? I'm just using good old Google random number generator. Let me share that. Okay, from 15 to 45. Is everybody ready to pick a random time? Okay, let's do it. Okay, so it looks like we're streaming for 32 minutes. Let me change this. Actually, I feel bad for like not letting you guys guess what it's gonna be. Should we do it? Should we do it again and let you guess? Because I think that would be fun. Oh, 32 is CK's favorite number. It is a good number. It is a good number. Araya was gonna guess 33. Okay, so we're pretty close. Just random fact. 44 is my favorite number. I love 44. Why? Don't know. It's just a good number. I like fours, I guess. All right, so 32, we've got 32 minutes on the clock. Give me a second here to switch this. Okay, is everybody ready for a 32 minutes sprint? In 3, 2, 1, right. Y'all, the way I just jumped with that one off. Oh my gosh. How did everybody do? By the way, in just a second, I'm gonna take myself off camera because I put some cinnamon rolls in the oven during that sprint and I'm gonna need to get them out to let them cool. So, how did everybody do? Let me know in the chat. I didn't do very well, I think. Well, actually, I might have done better than I thought. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, how many words is this? Okay, I wrote 428 words between putting the cinnamon rolls in the oven, so that's not so bad for 32 minutes. How did everybody else do? Let's see. Oh, it looks like we have a new friend here. Got some work writing done. Awesome. Very cool. Literally about to launch the workshop. I just need one thing from Tia. Okay, cool. You're making it work, making it work. Thank you. I'm actually really surprised because I don't know if you guys saw or if I had my camera off, but I literally sat here and stared at the screen for like I think like 20 minutes of that sprint. I was just like, what is happening? I don't understand. I literally couldn't I could not think of what I was trying to say or how to say it. Um, Nicole, I wrote 261 words with one distraction. See, I knew you could do it. And one distraction, that's okay. You know, distractions are a fact of life. They're going to happen, but you can work through those things and you know, get the work done, right? Like you can do it. And even if you're not able to, like that's totally fine. Sometimes we just can't focus, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, cinnamon rolls are important. Yes, I agree. I've been craving them all week. I actually have there's this place close by, Cinnaholic. They're I think like all over the states actually. And I was so tempted the other day to go and like just get one because every once in a while I just love a cinnamon roll. But I decided against it because they're like $6 and I could just buy some at the store, like the Pillsbury ones for like $4. So I just did that instead. Um, does anybody want to share last lines or um like have does anyone have any questions or anything like that before we jump into the next sprint? I can share my last line. It's bad, but it is what it is. So, if you were here during the last sprint break, um, the building that my main characters are in are currently on fire. They used the fire to kill the antagonist, but my second main character, my female main character, is currently unconscious in the middle of this burning room. And the doctor who was there has run because he's a coward. And Kai, my male main character, is trying to wake her up. And this is the last line. He ran to Alyssa just as a beam supporting the floor crashed in between them. So there's that. Nicole, my last line is that had to mean something, even if I couldn't say what, even if I wasn't ready to feel it. If you can hear that, that is my timer to get the cinnamon roll, so I'll be right back. I'm going to read this again because that was a really rude interruption from my oven. Nicole's last line was that had to mean something even if I couldn't say what, even if I wasn't ready to feel it. Nicole, you are such a good writer. Oh my gosh. Hold on one second. I forgot to turn off my oven. Anyways, Nicole, you are such a good writer. Love that line. CK's last line of the summary. I love that you're sharing the last lines from your summary. It's so funny. Um, I'm sorry. I think that that's okay. Wait, I think that's it. Thank you. I love you all. Thank you for helping me and make this dream of mine come true. Aw, CK, that's awesome. I just love that so much. Um, Sorry, I'm not gonna attempt to pronounce your name. Is it Funky Sai? Maybe I'll just pretend that that's it. Last line, selected filters will also be displayed in pillboxes at the top of the grid and can be dismissed individually or all at once via the clear all button. That is fantastic. I know you're doing writing for work, so awesome. That's great. Correct. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that I didn't butcher that. Sometimes these usernames will get you. Um, any questions or anything you guys want to share before we jump into the next sprint? Because I'm ready. I'm feeling like let's go. Let's get this, right? I might go for like another hour or two. Who knows? We'll see. I have now 13,000 words left until I'm finished with this draft. So I'm going to push it until I can get this freaking book done. All right, you guys want another sprint? Okay, give me a second. I'm going to change the screen that I'm sharing so that we can do another random number. Does anybody want to take a guess? A number between 15 and 45. How um, long we will be writing for? You will be sugar fueled from the cinnamon rolls. Yes, absolutely. I do plan on eating them. So, okay, CK guesses 27. Anybody else have any guesses on how long we will be writing for? 24. Okay. Any other guesses? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No guesses? Okay, so 27 or 24. Let's see how long we've got. Okay, maybe I should like clear this because that doesn't look right. That's so funny. Okay, 15 to 45. Let's go. Oh, 42. Well, if we just invert Nicole's guess, then she would be right. All right, is everybody up for a 42-minute sprint? How do we feel? Boo, 42. That's so many. Just kidding. 42 is fine. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Well, okay, awesome. I'm glad that works for you. Then I guess we will do a 42-minute sprint. Let me get this set up and we will get to work. 42 minutes. Okay, let's see. All right, if everybody is ready, we'll go in 3, 2, 1, right. Oh my goodness. How did everybody do? Let me know in the chat. We have some new friends joining us, it looks like. Innocent Hedgehog, hello. It's so nice to see you here. And we have Ian, of course, a staple in the AuthorTube community. Love him. Paul came back. He was here earlier and came back to the sprint after his bookstore run. Please let me know in the chat, Paul, did you get any new books? I'm so curious. Hi, Brooke. How are you? I'm so excited for our stream on Thursday morning. By the way, if you guys would like to join that, feel free. It's already up on my channel, and you can hit the notify button if you'd like. Yeah, and the crowd goes wild. How do you feel about the applause sound at the end of the sprint, by the way? CK launched the workshop. So cool. I did see that in the Discord. I am still really disappointed that I just can't this time around. It is just not gonna happen. Paul didn't get a book. He went to buy a book for a friend for his birthday, and a signed first edition. Very cool. Very cool. Ian likes the applause. It's less alarming than a bell. Yeah, I agree. I still jump though because it comes through really loud for me. It just sometimes startles me when I'm really focused. Nicole got 266 words, got so distracted. I was most of the time distracted. Girl, I get it. The first 30 minutes of that sprint, I was like, well, maybe not 30 minutes, that's an exaggeration, but 20 minutes, I would say. I was pretty distracted eating my cinnamon rolls, and my dog was begging me for attention, and I had some messages come in. So I get it. It can be distracting, just life in general, but you're here and you're doing as much as you can, and that's all you can really do, right? Funky Sai got a ton of work writing done. That's awesome. I'm so glad. Innocent Hedgehog paced around their bedroom for a while and wrote about 10 words. Hey, pacing helps the thinking process, and 10 words is progress. So you did a great job. I'll let CK explain that to you because they know better about that, but it's like a critiquing workshop, I believe. He can or she can they can give you more detail, sorry. Let's see. Brooke spent the last bit reading what I last wrote. I feel like I haven't written in days, even though it's only been one day. So much beta reading to do lately. Yeah. I've never been a beta reader, funnily enough. I've done a lot of critique work, but I've never been a beta reader, and I can assume that that would probably be a lot of work because you have to read through the whole thing and then do, answer. Well, you guys all know what a beta reader is. It just seems like a lot of work to me. Okay, we've got a conversation here. Yes, if you guys aren't already in the Discord, or if you are in the Discord, then that's fantastic. Check out the workshop. I love the name that you came up with, by the way. That's really cute. Work in progress. It's literally the perfect name. So sorry, I'm just doing some mathy maths on my calculator here real quick. I wrote 566 words for that sprint, which I'm very happy with considering the fact that I literally spent, I would probably say about 95% of the sprint eating cinnamon rolls, being distracted by my dog, and just generally not knowing what the heck is going on in my manuscript. Yeah, that happens to me a lot. So, it was DW's idea. I didn't know that. Very cool. He was the one who suggested it. Awesome. Yes, Paul joined the Discord. It is awesome. It is great. There's a super supportive group for sure. So like I said, before this last sprint, I am like on a rampage, ready to go, get my words done, get some work done. And I know we've got a lot of new people here in the stream. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, feel free. Let us know what you're working on in the chat. Also, if you have any questions, love to hear them. I am going to share my last line if anybody wants to join me in that. Funky Sack says, all this talk of cinnamon rolls makes me want to run to the store. I totally understand. I'm really easily influenced when it comes to food. Yeah, cinnamon roll would be awesome. Too bad you're not here. I would totally share my cinnamon rolls. Nicole had to explain to her dad that you were writing a novel. Okay. He was like, at this hour, FYI, in Puerto Rico, it's 9:38 p.m. That's literally like the prime time to write, though. A lot of people write their books at night. I'm personally more of a morning writer, but I also really love to write at night. So that's just like a normal writer thing, isn't it? I want a cinnamon roll so bad. Okay. Sorry I brought it up. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just waited for the sprints to be over. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna share my last line. But my last line was, he spared one last glance at Alyssa before he pulled the trigger. That was my last line. And I have to update that because I had a double word. So I actually wrote 565 words. Anybody else want to share last line? Oh my goodness. Jensen. Okay, we've got a lot of people going off about cinnamon rolls in the chat. So funny. But yes, last lines in the chat or any questions you might have in the chat, let me know. Would love to hear from you. Also, we are currently doing a random number generator to determine the length of our sprints. So we're doing anywhere between 15 and 45 minutes. If anybody would like to throw a guess in for the next sprint. But before, it looks like we've got some new people. Ricky G. Hey y'all, I'm Ricky. Last line. There was a scoff to the left of where his body lay crumpled on the floor, a little rush of air that seemed significant enough to rattle the floor. Very cool, Ricky G, and welcome. Thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. Araya asks, what is my favorite writing snack? I'm not, like, contrary to this stream and sprint, I am not much of a snacking writer. I do like a good, like, hard candy or something, like a Jolly Rancher or something every once in a while, or gum. But I don't usually snack when I'm writing unless I'm out at a cafe, and then it's almost always a honey butter croissant and a latte, because that's literally my go-to when I go to a cafe. That was the word that I was looking for. Brooke's last line, she watched him slow next to a black stallion upon which the Queen of Themis sat. Did I say that right? It's not boring. It is what it is. We all have lines that aren't as, like, punchy, or not punchy. That's not the word that I'm looking for. The word that I'm looking for is, like, I don't know, but I think you know what I mean. Like, there has to be transitional sentences here and there, they can't always be bangers, Nicole's last line, he asks questions without expecting the right answers. He writes like he's trying to understand something. I didn't finish it still thinking. Still a great start. Love it. I shut out the noise from the garden party next door, the whir of passing air traffic, the distant music from the nightclubs on Main Pier. I attacked. Okay, very cool. Awesome hedgehog. Love that so much. Funky Sai said his last line is he curled up in a fetal position on the floor, dreaming of cinnamon rolls. You got me. You got me good. I love that so much. Oh, okay. CK has to go to the pharmacy. Thank you so much for being here, CK. You've been so supportive throughout this whole stream, so I appreciate it. Brooke says this whole scene feels like a transitional line. It's one of those right before Act 2, Part 2 starts. Yeah. It is what it is. That's how it works, you know? You got to have those transitional scenes. Those are always the worst ones to write, though, because it's just like, it just feels like it makes the whole writing process seem to drag on for me, at least, when I'm writing those specific scenes where it's transitional. I really like to hit. Sorry, my bedtime alarm's going off. I'm going to ignore that for now. I really like the scenes with the major plot where the major beats of the story are happening. Those transitional scenes are a little harder for me to write. Hi, Laura. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Looks like you just got back from meeting 2 author tubers in person. Very cool. Now to wash the sand off the beach. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Oh, I love you too, CK. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, of course, it is totally okay. Ask a writing question, ask any question you want. I'm here to answer questions and to just contribute to the overall vibes. So feel free. Also, if anybody else has any questions they want to ask, just general questions or writing questions or questions about my project or whatever, feel free to pop them in the chat. I love a good question time. And I'm going to also, I think we're going to do maybe one last sprint because we've been at this for now. This is going on hour 4. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 46 minutes. So we might do one more long sprint or 2 shorter sprints, depending on how everybody's feeling. But I'm feeling myself start to, taper out, or whatever it's called. Anybody want to throw in the chat any guesses to how long we'll write for in the next sprint? Anywhere between 15 and 45 minutes. All right, we've got a couple questions. Brooke asks, what has been the most challenging thing you faced writing your project? What was the most rewarding? That is a great question. I was literally just thinking about this like yesterday. And I'm going to be making a longer video about this. I think something about like the things that nobody tells you about writing a book sometime after I finish my first draft. But I can tell you one now, and that is that I didn't realize how difficult it would actually be to write a full-length novel. And I know that that seems a little like obvious, because writing a book is really challenging, but I didn't realize just how challenging it actually is and how much perseverance and determination that it would take to actually open up my Word document on days that I didn't really feel like it and just write words, because otherwise it would never get done, or how difficult it would be to stop myself from just throwing the whole project out the window and moving on to something else. It is really, really hard to push through those moments. And I would say that the most rewarding thing about writing a book is the feeling of pride that I get when I do manage to push through those frustrations and work on it regardless of how I feel that day, if that makes sense. And like working through the struggles of writing a book, when I can do that successfully, and like today, you know, I really didn't feel like writing at all today, and I've already written 2,161 words today, and I feel really proud of myself because I've been able to actually do that when I didn't want to. And that I would say is probably the most rewarding thing for me, as somebody who struggles to do things that they don't want to do on a daily basis. So that's my answer. Hopefully that answers your question. And then Laura asks, how do you get over the nerves of starting drafting a new book and dive in? I have a 3-page outline, normally a pantser, and drafted the first chapter to apply for a grant last year. Now I'm just nervous taking the official plunge, I'm assuming, as I want to query this one too and have high hopes. That is a really great question, Laura. I think that when you're writing a book, especially when it's in the first draft, you have to take that pressure off and stop thinking about, this book is going to be read by 100,000 people, and start thinking of the fact that you need to write it first for yourself and worry about that later. I've never published a book. I've never self-published anything. I've never queried a book yet. It will happen for me one day. But when I have those thoughts in my head, like nobody's going to like this book, I don't want people to read it because it sucks, that's when you have to tell yourself that nobody is going to read this version of your book. So you're writing this book first for yourself, and then once it's better, after all of the problems are sorted out, and after everything is said and done and it's completed, that's when other people will read it. And you also can give yourself an out by saying, if you don't want to put this in front of other people, then you don't have to. If it's not something you're happy with, then there's no reason why you need to put that out in front of other people, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question. But that is so relatable. The amount of times, like literally the other day, Cody the writer put out a video about like titling his subscribers books, and I put my he did mine. I gave him my blurb, and he titled my book for me, and he asked to be a beta reader, and I was like my heart literally just dropped, because I was like, there's no way, because this book, I was just saying earlier on the stream, reads like a Wattpad novel right now, and not in a good way at all. So I get it. I do get it, and it's going to be okay, and you don't have to show it to anybody if you don't want to. So just remember that. Ricky is new here, and after your last line of somebody shooting somebody, I'm really curious if you'd like to share what's your project about. Yeah, so my project, first of all, thank you for being here, and love to have new people here on the channel and on the stream. My book is a sci-fi dystopian set several hundred years in the future, and it's about world where there's been a string of pandemics and like apocalyptic like climate disasters and war and everything. And the latest pandemic is actually an insomnia pandemic that if you're infected with it, you pretty much lose the ability to sleep for the rest of your life. And scientists have like created some sort of treatment that they're calling deep sleep, and you can take it, but it has some unintended side effects like dream jumping and other things that are mentioned in the book but aren't as important as the dream jumping thing. There is a murder in the dream world that ends up being reality. And my two main characters, Kai and Alyssa, are trying to solve that murder, basically. And that is the book pitch, I guess. Yes, the struggle is real, for real. Yeah, you have to trick your brain. Yeah, if I have found if I tell myself just write for 10 minutes and then 10 minutes into it, I'm willing to continue. Exactly. Yes, 100%. Um, oh, thank you. Yeah, that makes me nervous, but it's okay. We'll work through it. And I'll finish this draft. I'm almost done, you guys. Like I literally have a little bit under 13,000 words left to write for this project, and then I'm done. So once it's done, then I can revise it and revise it again and a million more times before I, eventually send it out. I'll let you know when I'm ready for beta readers, though, if you're interested. Okay, so we do have some guesses for the next sprint. We've got Araya with 26 minutes, Funky Sai with 23, and Nicole with 20. Does anybody else care to share their guesses, or should we go ahead and generate this random number? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Well, we will go ahead and randomly generate. Oh, looks like we have one more guess. Ian says 45. Of course you would, Ian. Of course you would. Emperor voice. Do it. Got it. All right. Generating the random number. 43. Okay. 43 minutes. We will be sprinting. I hope everybody is ready. I will go ahead and share Focus, and we will focus. Give me just a second. 43 whole minutes. I'm a little scared, you guys, not gonna lie. All right, 3, 2, 1, sprint. All right, guys, how did everybody do? I see that Nicole finished chapter 3. Great job, great job. That sprint was a wild ride for me. I am not gonna lie. I wrote, oh, my phone's gone. Hold on one second. Let me do some quick calculations. I wrote 860 words in that sprint, which I'm very excited about. Also, for a second, I thought that I might have finished the book. But then I realized not quite, but I am almost there. I don't actually think that this is going to be 80,000 words like it's supposed to be 80,000 words in the first draft. I think I might be underwriting it a little bit, which is fine. But I'm pretty close. Like, I think I maybe have like 2 or 3 chapters left, and I'm so excited. But I almost like burst into tears after a little bit because I was like, wait a second, is this the end? So yeah, that was an interesting sprint for me. How did everybody else do? Um, Also, any last minute questions or anything, feel free to pop that in the chat as well. I'm going to finish the sentence that I was writing when that sprint timer went off. So give me just a second. Uh, Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. I think that that's oh, Ian did some beta reading. That's awesome. Good job. How much did you read? I do think that that is going to be the last sprint of the night, though, guys. I've been going for far too long. It's like almost 5 hours that I've been doing this, and I need to stretch and like do something else for a little bit. My brain is melting, I think, slightly. I'm incredibly slow. I think it was only a chapter. A chapter is a chapter. And honestly, 43 minutes is not really that long to read for reading, I mean. So you did a good job. You did a good job. Anybody else care to share what they did in that sprint? I wrote only about 200 words before I got so distracted and started doing a million other things. Yes, that's how it goes sometimes. I totally understand. I get that so well. Um, yeah, actually, at the beginning of the sprint, I had to take my dog out and feed him, so I get it. Like, sometimes you got to do other things, and we've been at it for a while, so it's totally understandable for getting distracted. All right, I guess I will share my last line. If anybody wants to share theirs, feel free, pop it in the chat. My last line was, after a few minutes, Sergeant Decker appeared and called me back into his office. Not a very like punchy last line, but it is what it is. Like we were saying earlier, sometimes it'd be like that. Also, I started this stream with like 65,000 words, and I'm now at 68,135 words. So I wrote 3,000 words during this stream, which is super cool. I'm very happy about that. All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night. I appreciate you so much for being here. If you are here and you aren't already subscribed, please feel free to do that. because there's going to be more streams coming up this week. I've got a stream on Thursday morning with B. Brooke. That's like a really early morning sprint streams, riding sprints. See, my brain is mush. I can't even speak. That's a really early stream. We're doing it at like 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. So if you are an early bird and you'd like to be there, feel free to hop on with us. That's going to be here on my channel. And then I do have another stream on Thursday night with Evelyn, Hannah, and Kara. I think that's everybody who's going to be there. So feel free to join us for that as well. And then sometimes I'll do like an impromptu stream here and there. And I also post like riding vlogs. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. Nicole's last line was, "This is what danger feels like when it wears the face of hope." You've been like putting out some bangers today, Nicole. Great job. And being distracted too. Like, girl, you're on a roll. Great last line. All right. Anyways, thank you so much for being here, you guys. I really gotta go. I can't be on here anymore. 4 hours and 45 minutes is where our timer is at right now. So I am calling it. But I really appreciate you all being here. I appreciate every single one of you. So thank you. And I guess I will see you in the next one. And yes, no problem at all. Rhea. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Bye.